Good day and good evening, because that's the time where I'm at, and welcome to Solo Challenge stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. This time, we'll be starting with, I know the stream said Grand Cosmos, we'll get to that. We will start with Academia Anyder, which I'm reasonably confident we can solo. Then we will do Grand Cosmos, which I am not entirely certain whether we can solo. And then we will probably go into Anamnesis Anyder, which it's going to be hard if we can solo that one. There's multiple things in both Grand Cosmos and Anamnesis Anyder where I'm thinking I would like to have 3 other players for that. But we'll have to see. With that said, we're starting with Academia Anyder, which is a dungeon that is very possibly one that some of you have never done before, or maybe never seen, because it's entirely optional, placed way over an armor rod, and has like a relatively long pre-quest to actually get it when you really think about it. It's really hidden away. And then it's optional and doesn't unlock anything. It does not unlock anything. Every single drop from every single gear drop from Academia Anyder is the same as in the twinning. And I think Armorot, so we have no reason to actually go do it aside from being a completionist. With that said, hey Archibus and hey Grout, hope you're both doing very well. It is quite sad, and I think this kind of observation that a dungeon is no longer current, hence it is no longer needed to be grabbed because it's optional, might actually be part of the reason why these days we don't get that many optional dungeons in an expansion. Like, let's not forget that all of the dungeons after Keep of the Lake, these two, and those between Keep of the Lake and Snowcloak, and everything from before Snowcloak to Praetorium, all of those, you don't have to do them. Like, ever. So, like, you can just see the gradual decline of optional dungeons as it eventually hit its climax of, you get 2. You get 2 in Shadowbringers, and you get 2 in Endwalker. That's it. You'll have to get the main quest for the rest. Not to hear that, bro. I'm doing pretty well myself. With that said, hey Ardo, hey Ardo, hope you're doing well. Sure. Indeed, Gazel is also at my house. In game. Open world dungeons also sound pretty cool. Is it possible to eat the Academia Anyder? Actually, there's a lot of creatures and animals here that are very edible, so it might be possible. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. We're just starting now on apparently a radio show. We're connecting to the music. I think we've got a connection to the jazz. Yeah. Out of Castrum. Oh boy. What were you doing in there? MSQ roulette? Let's hope I didn't greed too hard. Yeah. Ah! I line of sighted the lion AoE. The incredible irony. Hey, Goddaemon! Hope you're doing well. Are you kidding me? They're trying to snipe me as I run away. Hey, Mayor Clanger. Hope you're doing well as well. I don't think I can get behind a corner in time for that one. Ow. The really scary part about leading with a Beast Gauge spender when I go in with Raw Intuition is that for some reason all of the Beast Gauge spenders, at least the two AoE options, Chaotic Cyclone and Decimate, they take an eternity before the attack actually lands and you get the healing. It's a little scary. Ow! It's engendered mobs. Whatever that means. Yeah. Totally not close at all. How they got that angry at me? Maybe they don't like pink or something. Who knows? They just say, "Ah, pink, death." We're almost reaching the cleanup where the mobs start dying. There's so many. I know I mention this kind of almost every time, but there's a good reason why I pull it like this. The first one is that it's hilarious to do a Giga pull alone. The second reason is that simply due to the amount of time it takes to kill the mobs, like pack by pack, it's almost always faster to just like get more out of our AoE when we're in range anyway than to like take it one pack at a time, because there's a reasonable chance we would have to do these kinds of shenanigans of running away with a single pack as well. So by just making the most of every single burst, we maximize the speed at which we can clear the dungeon. Even though it leads to us having a lot of downtime of running away. As long as we don't randomly die to me being unaware for a moment, then I think we'll be good. I think there's just one pull after, like one pack after this, and then we have the first boss. Can you? Sleeping on the job? Alright. You do that then. Have you all done this dungeon before? That is true, Major Clanger. It is, it really says a lot about how insanely busted a warrior is, because I don't think any other tank would be able to do this. Not like this. Any other tank would probably be forced to take the packs one at a time. That was a weird order. Nodal says, I will post the Dungeons Encyclopedia pages on the Discord for extra lore. Thank you very much. So anyone who wants to see that while we're doing the dungeon, you can check on the Discord server. Which one is the tankiest mob? It's this guy. It's the shark. Right now, I think. I'm actually not... Oh, it's this guy again. Blobby over here. They trade spots a bit with the single target damage I do. Ah, I see Major Clanger. Yeah, Dark Knight is, for the most part, like once we get to higher levels, Dark Knight is probably the one tank that is the least likely to be able to do these things. Sometimes Dark Knight can do some crazy stuff in unsynced situations, like doing a Stormblood Savage Raid solo unsynced. That can be done. But generally, Warrior is the guy whenever you want to solo something really hard because of the sheer amount of self-healing. Like, it isn't uncommon to hear stories with Warriors saying that they actually almost find it annoying if their healer in dungeons actually heals them because they don't need it. Which isn't wrong, but isn't always right, because maybe that Warrior isn't good enough. Also, for anyone wondering, Outerwill is of course posting those extra lore bits on the community server, which I have posted a link to now. Hey Lemon, it's been a while, I hope you're doing well. Boss time! Double boss. I actually wonder what happens with this fight when you do it like this. Because normally they only get to tag team like twice. Eat the shark. Eat the muscly shark. I wonder if they're designed to switch places at HP thresholds or if it's timed. Is that Endwalker A rank? Hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. That's a circle AoE. Let me just let's walk on over here. That's a cone AoE. Let's walk over here. Okay, that's just a moment where I'm fighting no one? Is that how we're doing this? I thought you had to keep someone in the ring. Feel like they're cheating over here. Hey Ham, hope you're doing well. And yes indeed, Lemon, we've got the chat on screen. You two are very inconsistent, you know that? Could you be consistent, please? Did my Fell Cleave just get eaten? Just 0 damage? Now this is nice. I don't even have to do anything. Tasty Fell Cleave. Oh, okay. For a second I was wondering, it seemed like they both were using the exact same attack every time, but it didn't occur to me at first that the Marine Mayhem thing was a raid wide. Which of course means that they're making a mistake when they do that. So where are we cleaving at, Mr. Red? There, okay. And some more raid wide. Incredible. Impeccable performance. No, yep, should not have used Fell Cleave there. Just yoink. Didn't want that damage anyway. It's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. Can you walk a little bit better, Blue? I don't know how to tell you this, but you're walking badly. Thankfully, when it comes to Fell Cleaves, you're an all-you-can-eat buffet. that is true. That helps a bit. Could you imagine if that was something that I had to build up for minutes at a time? Like, Dark Knight goes, Living Shadow, and then the mobs just leave. Oh, just occurred to me that we're just barely at the peak of how much healing that my potions can deliver. Hey Zakram, hope you're doing well. I'm doing quite well myself. Fighting 2 sharks. I think the red one is going to die a lot sooner. What, is it less healthy, or has it just been unlucky and happened to coincide with my burst more? Hey Girahin, hope you're doing well. And also, hey, I also didn't say hi to Zudos. I hope you're doing well as well. Oh. First blood! You better not have an enrage or something. He does. How much more damage is that? 50% more, I'm pretty sure. Are you just going to spam that? New attack! Ouch! Just in case. He seems to be very angry. Whew. Now, for the rest of the... That was 18 minutes. One boss down. Couldn't handle the buffet. Have another fell cleave. Well, that's ominous. That pot sound just pulling across the ground. So many plants. I don't even know if I should be focusing that big one. But eat the plants. But I need meat. I need meat for my fell cleaves or something. I'm sure that's how it works. It's a laboratory queen! Ugh. Now, usually those potted plant situation mobs, they tend to be something that you fight where you find them. So you usually don't get to hear that weird sound, but if you run past them like this, and it gets a moment... And it's very obvious. And kind of scary. You did kill his brother or something. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're just cool bros. Who really knows for sure? Maybe they just went, well, we kind of look the same. And you're red and I'm blue. We're basically a pair. We should team up. You're right. We should. And then then boss encounter happens. What am I going to do now? Find a green shark in this economy? What do you mean economy? I don't know. Thinking I had to pay him. Maybe that's why the blue one was so angry. Because he actually paid the red one to be his tag team partner. The green shark just isn't the same. It's just not the same anymore. You remove the red shark, the one red shark in the area. What am I going to do now? The green one is with the yellow shark. Maybe they were trying to have a baby shark. Well, those are in all kinds of colors, aren't they? The pink shark. Maybe the pink one would be up for some teamwork. You did indeed witness a bot, Archibuster. That is true, Steve. If we kill off the red one, he wouldn't need payment. But then again, maybe he had like... Maybe he had just like... The red one had just finally finished like his training period, and like now the blue one was finally getting like value out of his original investment of training him and everything, and now he's gone. There's a big story with these sharks, apparently. It reminds me of when we did the burn. The socio-political, economical dynamics of anthropomorphic shark society. Yep. Is that a show you would all watch? Gearheen says maybe there was a contract. Maybe the contract had a stipulation that if the red one dies, the blue one has to pay to the red one's family. Now it starts to sound a lot like our story in the burn. We had a whole story about the Scorpion. He was a carpenter. He actually worked with the motorcycle monster thing. Now you might be thinking, why would the Scorpion be a carpenter? Reasons. 'Cause reasons. Exactly, why wouldn't it be a carpenter? Very good counterpoint. I'm out of healing options. I'm finally out. And I have something again. Hello. Why are you spread all over the place? I need healing. Ah, it's because it's potted plants, of course. Is there an evil master plan? Just chase him slower. Chase him slower, it'll be fine. Maybe they're in like a party chat. They're working together, planning out their movement. That sounds familiar. And why are you here? What's your story, Utataurus Debt Collector? That's a good question. I'm here because, again, reasons. Speaking of reasons, time to fight this. Oh, I know, Sekrom. I know exactly how Thrill of Battle and Equilibrium works. The problem is that sometimes Thrill of Battle isn't ready with Equilibrium because they have different cooldowns. I know. The reason why I used it with a potion is simply because I needed healing right then and there, and not later. And the potion would be increased by like 300 or something if I used it with Thrill of Battle, so it was like non-zero benefit. But don't you worry, I know these things. Also... Oh, he finally turned. Ow. 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 What happened? Why are you suddenly this strong? You spent so long doing nothing and then suddenly this. I think this is fine. Maybe the logic is that the boss spent so much time just doing this. So when it is finally attacking the tank, it just goes completely crazy to make up for lost time. Oh, I can dodge that? That's going to be immensely difficult. I'm guessing it just does that after the tentacle slams. It's fine, Zekrom. The thing is, I've made a warrior guide where I talk about that particular interaction, so I know. But just because I made a guide doesn't mean that that particular thing features in it. So you wouldn't be able to know that on the fly. But still, thank you for thinking about it. Couldn't look at the time. I should marble a bit more. I feel like I wasted too much time. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. So what I should be doing is once he starts doing the tentacle slam stuff, I should just find an effective way behind him. So that he doesn't barf on me. Mainly because it gives me damage down. No other reason. Hey Tristan, it's marble time. Seems like I didn't have to do a thing. He's just turning all on his own. Fuck. Zekrom says, have you tried soloing Suzaku Extreme? Yes, I have. I have actually done it. I believe it might be in my in one of my, so there is a solo chat, like there's a playlist for this stream series of solo challenges. I think I did it in one of those. I'm pretty sure I did. But I did do it. You need when I did it, which is like, I believe it was in the second raid tier of Endwalker. I believe I needed tinctures to do it, and absolutely no space for failing your rotation. It was quite strict, but it can be done. And the reason why you have to use tinctures is because you won't meet the Harden Rage. Not sure whether it's easier with stat squish, but let's just say that you probably needed it to be Endwalker to do it and not Shadowbringers. Hey Bob, hope you're doing well. I feel like this boss is extra tanky. I don't feel like I'm doing that much less damage, at least. Actually, on the contrary, I have no damage downtime on this boss. So maybe the first boss is just squishier to compensate. Alright, Lemon. Enjoy studying. And thank you for checking in. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Yeah, I had a feeling it was the last one. I use Vengeance and then you stop attacking. Hit me so I can hit you. Not like that. When I had Vengeance up. I think this should be fine. Ooh, just barely. Yes, spin away from me. That makes it easier for me. Yes. Oh boy. It took 18 minutes from the start of the dungeon to the first boss being dead. So far we've gone 34 minutes. So if we're keeping the time, this boss has to be dead in like 2 minutes, and I don't know if that's happening. I think I can still make it. I just don't want to get the damage down on me. I'm not sure how brutal it is, and I just don't know. I don't want to find out again now. Now that I know that I can avoid it, I'd just rather do that. Oh, nice. Got a little extra damage because he smacked me twice during Vengeance. To eat the damage down while T-posing with a fork. $10 to 20%. That's still bad enough given how long it lasts. I think it lasted like 30 seconds. So it'll cost me, like, if it's 20%, it would cost me like 12 GCDs of 20, like 20% of 12 GCDs. So that would still be more than I lose by just stepping away. It also depends on which GCDs. Imagine if I were using inner release. It could be worse. The finale. I think this is the last tendrils. But to use a fork, you'd have to be a dragoon. Oh yeah. Bob says, just did Paradigm Speech where you're supposed to do with Child's Play during the Red Girl boss. She holds out her hand and puts a chain on some players in the raid. And if she puts a chain on you, it means that she's going to do the forced movement on you. If there's no chain on you, then you don't have to react to that. If she puts a chain on you, you have to tip your character and look at her, because it shows shows arrows to indicate which way she's going to pull you. She will pull you such that you start running approximately half the length of the entire arena, if I recall correctly, something to that effect. So you have to make sure that you're standing such that that you don't run off the arena by being pulled that much. A key thing to remember is that if you have sprint active when you get force movement, you will sprint in the direction and you will die. You will die if you have sprint up. So this would be a situation where if you have to sprint to get to the safe spot, you have to sprint over to where you want to be and then right-click sprint off again, so that you don't have it when you lose control of your character. You usually have like a second once the forced movement runs out to adjust your position so you're not standing on any telegraphs right at the end. But I think you can survive one. The important part is do not end up on the edge. Snowcloak with the ninjas, only ninjas are being dot on. Oh. Yeah, so remember everyone, Dotson is not good on single target. Not anymore. It's been a few years. Actually, single target Dotson is an excellent example of why assuming why it can be bad to copy other players around you. Many of the players that I've heard from that have actually said that they did single target Dotson at some point. Most of them were like, well, I saw other ninjas do it in Crystal Tower or something, so I just assumed that that was what I was supposed to do. So this is a lesson in learn what is best. Maybe ask questions. And don't just assume that everyone else knows what they're doing, because they very well might not. The Scholar uses the rage sprint right before forced movement. Ooh, well, on the bright side, Scholar wouldn't have expedient in the near raids. If that's any consolation, that's at least a thing. Yeah, I will say, Bob, that particular mechanic you mentioned with that forced movement is one that has a pretty high kill count. So it's not you that's weird for not getting it. It is a pretty mean one, and it's not entirely obvious that that's how it works. About future forced movement cases, I mean, you are right there. Do any of the Endwalker forced movements move you faster with sprint? I'm pretty sure that all forced movement mechanics do that. If you want to test it, go in next time you're in Euphrosyne. Make sure that you have sprint up when Nofika forces you to move. Gazelle says, I don't understand why single target Dotson happens. All you have to do is compare the potencies between them. Actually, I can explain that one. Where in the game, in the actual information that the game gives you, does it say that dots tick every 3 seconds? I have genuinely had someone go, why would you ever not use Doton? It does like 80 potency every second. Which is obviously not true, but they of course didn't check. So when I was like, no, dots tick every 3 seconds, their response was, I didn't know that. I assumed they tick every second because it didn't say otherwise. Which is, of course, also absurd. Just because it doesn't say how often it ticks doesn't mean that it would tick every second. Like, that's weird. And also, as Ham says, there's also the part that some players just don't read. Marius, there was a time where single-target Doton wasn't bad. Like, not only was there a time where pre-pull Doton was something you did, there was a time where actual single-target Doton, like actual genuine single-target Doton, was something that wasn't bad to do. The reason for that was in Shadowbringers, when they buffed the potency of all the jutsus, when they made them GCD instead of OGCD. You remember that, everyone? Jutsus used to be entirely OGCD. Good luck with that quadruple weave to Doton on time. Back then, Doton did 100 potency when you placed it, which it still does 80 potency when you place it now. But back then, I'm dying. Back then, it then did 800 potency over its duration instead of 480 or something. Something like that. I believe it's like below 600 it does now over its full duration. Something like that. Which is distinctly less than Raiton. Back in Shadowbringers, Raiton did 800 and Doton did 900, basically. The only reason you would have to not use Doton was that if the mob got moved away, like the boss got moved away from where you put your Doton, then obviously you just lost all value. If you missed a single tick on Doton back then, it was no longer better than Raiton. And Raiton had the advantage of being all upfront damage, so it was easier to maximize its value with raid buffs and stuff when raid buffs aligned, because it wasn't as normal to do that back then. But yeah, that is, I'm pretty sure, where most of the problems originate with single-target Doton, is that there was a time where single-target Doton was actually good. And it's very hard to get rid of that, because there's a lot of guides that will then say that, and if the player doesn't realize that this is an outdated guide, then they don't realize that the information they're getting is outdated. What do you mean with double posting, Traverse? Why would a 2 mudra spell be better than a 3 mudra spell? That is actually also one that I've seen a few times, is that people are like, well, obviously the 3 mudras would be better, right? Nope. Not necessarily. It would be kind of silly if they made it like that, where 2 mudra jutsus were just objectively worse than 3 mudra jutsus. Then what's the point of having them? For 10 levels? And then they're completely out? There are actions that have less, that have, I guess, more significance than that get tossed out the window early. Archibuster says 1 mudra is faster, ergo it's more DPS to spam shuriken. Back before mudras became GCD, if you had a bad enough latency, then the shuriken was actually better, because you might be able to double weave it and not like lose too much damage. Whereas if your latency was too high, then Raiton was a bigger loss than a gain because you had to triple weave it. Obama says, is there some trick to remembering what all of ninjutsu thingies do what? I struggle to remember when I try to play ninja. The only thing that matters when you use a jutsu is the last sign you make. The last mudra is the only thing that matters. I would say, like, I had, like, in my starter guide for ninja, the level 1 to 51, I spent quite a lot of time on showing, like, different, like, some visuals and explaining how you can memorize it, because it is, like, one of the most important parts of learning the job. Nope, that's mine. My damage. I'm glad to hear that, B. Thank you. More? More. Yoink. Mine. Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. I don't know if I'm winning. I just did a full inner release and now realized that I didn't have Storm's Eye. So maybe I'm not winning. Ooh, that's a lot of damage buffs. I don't know if I can get them all. Oh, I just barely got the last one. More? Oh boy, oh boy. Nope, didn't get that one. This fight is going to be stupidly long. I'm wasting so much time on just chasing orbs. On the bright side, whenever I miss the damage buffs, the boss only gets like a damage boost for a bit. Hopefully it doesn't use it often enough that they end up accumulating, because then I'm in trouble. How did Grand Cosmos go? We haven't gotten to Grand Cosmos yet, Emir. Traverse says, I've never seen another player have it being the ninja bunny, even when they complain they got it. I think it's because you have to have the setting on to be able to see other people's effects, otherwise it doesn't work. I mean, we haven't finished anything yet. You entered the stream less than an hour in. Do you think I can finish an entire dungeon in less than an hour, and then be in another one? Don't worry, you've caught the first dungeon. Unfortunately, warrior's not that powerful. Please do not refresh. Phew. I appreciate the vote of confidence, Ymir. Oh my god, this boss is really long. Why do I have to waste so much time running? Oh, shocking, Blue Mage did only 7,000. I might be able to ignore it then. Thank you for the observation, Cat Damon. That might actually be helpful. Yeah. How about some more orbs? Oh boy, I love me some orbs. Orb, 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 orb. He's going crazy. It's so much damage. Oh, that's what I needed. He just ate my inner chaos. Yum, norm, nom, 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 nom. Most sane Ozma fanatic. It's like watching. Oh yeah, it's Pac-Man. You thought it was Quetzalcoatl. It's actually Pac-Man, the boss fight. How about some more orbs? Time for my signature move, the boss said. Wasting your time. The way I do this is by having one of the orbs weirdly take a long time to disappear, so you think you didn't get it, so you walk back and then grab it, and then it's gone. I'm a genius. Pretzel quaddled. Pretzel coated. Orb. 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 Ow. No, 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 no. Those are my orbs. Why didn't I get that one? I was in range? What? Hey! That was my orb. That's not how this works. Ah! The worst part is that the orbs don't even increase my damage by that much. Hey, Levin. Hope you're doing well. The marble was a warning. The orbital. Mm-hmm. It's a big conspiracy after all. Why like this? Caetsu boy, or whatever you are. Why do you do me like this? What do the orbs do? They increase your damage done, but if you ignore them, they increase the boss's damage done. And given that he casts them in pairs like this, if you ignore it, over time he might be able to, like, over the course of 2 sets, he would be able to, like carry buff stacks over, which might make him hurt a lot, and that is particularly problematic because of that Thunderbolt attack he casts every so often, which is this, which already hurts like wow. And the orb job dropping we need Caetsu. 150 and 190 orb guide. Uh-oh. Ow. Oh, that didn't hurt that bad. Orb. The orb that we walk is lost in the orb. Oh yeah, you attack while I do this. That's right. I forgot about that part. We orb! We orb! And he ate my inner chaos again, of course. Why wouldn't you do that? Wait, it's orbs? Always has been. Are you going to summon more orbs? That's what we're doing, isn't it? Yes. Here come the orb. It's orbing time. Wait, more orbs, please. Yep. We're getting to the point where there is a possibility that we might be able to just like ignore the mechanic and just rush to the end. But this fight has taken so incredibly long that I don't want to risk that. I'd rather it take an like a full extra minute than risk it and then we're back to the start. Of course. Boonk. And we finish it with a heavy swing. After all that, it dies to heavy swing. Just... Oh, a song that I didn't have. That took 61 minutes, by the way. That took 61 minutes. And just as a reminder... It took us 18 minutes to do all the trash and the first boss. Then it took, I think, 19 minutes to beat all the trash and the second boss. Which means that the last boss took... 24 minutes with the trash. Is it the legendary orb song we did here on stream? Yeah, pretty much. The Song of Orb. The orb that we walk. Is it an Orbestrion roll? Yes. You eat his damage up, orbs. He'll compensate by removing your damage entirely. Pretty much. See, that's the dumb part, is that because I had to run around and grab all those orbs, I lost so much damage, and the reason why I said I don't think it's worth that much is because I used Inner Chaos for like 11k damage. And at different parts in the fight, I'm pretty sure I used Inner Chaos with 6 orbs and did like 13k. So 6 orbs is like 15% more damage. Inner orb. Steve says maybe that will be the stopper. You can't kill all the bosses in the 90 minutes. That isn't unlikely that could happen eventually. That is generally the stopping block for most other jobs at this level range. If it takes a warrior who does not really spend any time healing, it just comes naturally. 61 minutes. Then a paladin can't do this. Like, a paladin wouldn't be able to do Academia Anyder because they would need to use clemency too much. Like, it would probably take more than 50% longer, and there isn't time for that. And the reason why I'm specifically pointing to paladin is because often when we're comparing warrior, like other jobs that maybe could do it, paladin is the only tank that has enough on call, like that you can just call upon healing to even compete with warrior in this level range among the tanks. But paladin does so at a cost, whereas warrior just goes lol raw intuition, and it just works. Fat Man says Quits is just mad that people don't appreciate FF8 enough in its opinion. That's why all the orbs of wasted time. I mean, that is really mean. And yeah, exactly, Giraheen. It's a lot more about boss can't have it than wanting it. I don't know how much it increased his damage. I only let him have 1 at any one time, so I'm not sure. But I didn't want to find out because Thunderbolt already sometimes did like 40 or 50% of my HP. Remember when they patched down time in dungeons? Was it 2 hours before? I don't even remember that. And yeah, exactly, Sarf. And the only way for Paladin to get more than that is if they like go out of their way to like spam 1-2 combos, like just Fast Blade, Riot Blade. But if you do that, you're losing too much damage. You don't have time. You don't have time for that when the dungeon takes 60 minutes for a warrior who isn't doing that. With that said, now it's Grand Cosmos time. And see, the thing is with Academia Anyder, I didn't think it would be a problem because the scariest thing in that dungeon was, is there a stack marker? I don't believe there is. And there wasn't. And then it was, can I get the orbs? And if I can't, is that a problem? It wasn't. In Grand Cosmos, I'm pretty sure all 3 bosses have a stack marker. I know the first 2 do, at least. I also know that I've soloed the final boss as a Dark Knight accidentally. So I know the third boss is soloable, but I specifically know the first boss has I'm pretty sure they have a stack marker that hurts a huge amount, and the second boss has the mechanic with the seeds, and I cannot move all 4 seeds in time. So like, I will actually have to deal with that. And if I remember correctly, those seeds, when they hatch, they have like a mini DPS check of their own. Like, they will actually get quite cross with you if you ignore them or don't kill them fast enough. Mia goes, yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for. Yeah, I thought it was more. I thought Grand Cosmos looked a lot more interesting on a picture. Orbs to seeds. Oh yeah, it's Elf Castle. That's true. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Flap. Any orbs in this dungeon? I mean, as the other said, the seeds are technically orb-shaped. So, if that qualifies, then yes, we have orb. It's a new thing related to friend-shaped. Is it orb-shaped? We'll take what we can get. Just occurred to me as I used my defensives here that I don't have any healing. I need healing. Ow. What? Why is the armor so far away? Healing orb? If only. Now that would be nice. Yeah, I miss Healing Sphere from WoW. That was a fun spell. Totally balanced. Ah. Oh, that was a little bit wasteful of vengeance. You know it's bad when the warrior says they need healing. Yes, that's when you know that the fight has gone on for too long. Warrior's like, I don't have any more. It's Orban time. It is interesting with how AoE can feel so satisfying in Final Fantasy XIV. As a result of this thing where each hit is registered one at a time, and the sound is multiplied by the number of hits and everything. It's quite funny how at first glance it seems kind of janky, but it actually is really nice. Because you hid in an orb. Ah, yes. Unless you're like a dragoon, in which case you're hid in a line. We don't want that around here now, do we? I'd imagine so, Catdamon. I was suspecting that specifically the second boss would be extremely hard with Blue Mage. Which is, incidentally, also the boss that I'm a little concerned about with Warrior. So that's why I'm like, I don't actually know if Warrior can do it. Y-axis isn't real. Just smash cut to the game just becoming flat. Which tank buster in Euphrosyne is a line? Which one of them? Because there's a few, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, right. The last boss has that triple tank buster with a line. I did Euphrosyne yesterday, and we had a tank. Like, when that tank buster happened, 2 of the tanks, like, specifically were, like, in the front region of the boss. The third tank was, like, more, like, with the rest of the raid, but they were, like, slightly to the right. So you just saw the raid, like, split to not get hit, and the tank just stayed, because they didn't know what to do about it. Is that what the Asians want, to rejoin the third axis? I'm pretty sure that this boss has some painful stuff. So I need to be aware of... So this, I'm pretty sure I can just take. Yes. The reason why I'm not using a defensive cooldown for that, if I can get away with it, is specifically because I'm pretty sure there's a stack marker. And I have to have a defensive cooldown for that. And if I waste a defensive cooldown on being a little too fast, then I'm dead, potentially. This sweeping mechanic is also just scary in general, because it can easily rack up some stacks. 10,000. Okay. I think we can do that. 10,000 with... while I'm taking like 2/3 of the damage, by the way. So it would have been like 15,000. So it's not so bad, actually. New feature in Dawn Trail. 4th dimension. So if I can stay healthy, I should be fine if the stack marker does a measly 15k or so. Then it should be manageable. Excuse me, I'll just walk behind you. Not so close, guy. Not so close. Keep your spot on the queue. Don't run too fast. Actually, the tank buster might do more damage than the stack marker. You get a spell from this dungeon? You get 2. The first boss gives you the sweep, and the third boss gives you the funny infinite dot. The spell that makes enemies die from cringe. Of the spells you get from this dungeon, the Mortal Flame one is by far the more significant one. Except rooms. That phase when you get a dot and it's cringe. Yeah, exactly. It would be kind of cringe to get an infinite duration dot, wouldn't it? That would be kind of cringe. You're just sitting there like, oh, guess I'm stuck with this for the rest of my life. Did I do that too early? I think I did. Oh boy, oh boy. Ouch. It's getting a little dicey. I feel like I'm running low on cooldowns. And those insta-kills. So the way that Mortal Flame works, which is the spell that that Blue Mage gets, which is the infinite dot, is that it applies a blue flame to you, and if you don't get rid of it, you will die after a set amount of time. Like, they actually just dead. But the thing is, the boss only uses it twice in the entire fight, and you can get rid of the debuff by walking into furniture. You just place the dot on furniture so you don't die. I used that one GCD too early. Dicey, that doesn't sound off like. Nope. That's why it's very scary, you see. Oh man. There's less than a third left. Oh. Getting a little exhausted of looking at brooms, so I'm starting to like get overly cautious with the broom positioning, which leads to me losing a lot of damage uptime. You guys don't bring your own furniture into dungeon runs? Could you imagine? People just bring a chair randomly. Only a fifth left. I think this boss is like in the last longest while. This is probably the boss that has put my healing resources to the test the most. I'm using most of my tools on cooldown just to keep up. janitor OP. he is quite strong. Now, there is something about Tank Buster, Stack Marker, Brooms that is quite effective. Hey Gogo, and thank you for celebrating 11 months as a cultist. Thank you so much. I'll have to read the message after I'm no longer in mortal danger. Oh boy. And blap. No! Gogo says, oh no way guys, can you guys believe it? Kai doesn't have scales IRL. I have checked. What? Oh yeah, you're right. Huh. I never noticed. This is your Kai. Yeah. Kai must be using some sort of filter to make the scales not show up on camera. But does he still have a tail? Kai takes shirt off to make sure. Oh, I think that might be too wild for a stream, don't you think? It's a glam. It's all glams. Kai after hours. Why did I lose that much health all of a sudden? Are there tank busters? Got any tank busters in here? Where are the tank busters at? There's also quite a lot of mobs. It could be a case of, why is there any tank busters in here? And the mobs just like, nah, we just like hit you 15 times. Ow. Fantasia. Dun 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 dun. Could you, if I was an Aura IRL, would I if you were woke up one day and you were an Aura IRL, would you Fantasia? Yes, YN. Tank buster by a million cuts. Yeah, exactly. It's just, oh wait a minute, the mobs are killing themselves. Genius. I've cracked the code, everyone. Just make the mob, just have the mobs like deal with themselves. It's way smarter. Yeah, the horns would be annoying. Fair enough. So many mobs. There are a lot of mobs. Imagine being an aura and a side sleeper. You can't. Just... Do you think a plastic surgeon would put aura scales on my face if I asked? I guess it depends on the surgeon you get. And how much you're paying. Detach the horns in bed. Just... It's like taking off your headphones. You just take them off. Also, I do want to mention, speaking of when you all said you can't be a side sleeper and also an aura, I'm pretty sure the default sleeping pose, if you go to a bed and do /dos as a small dragon, is actually sleeping on the side. Isn't that something? No, he is in bed means not being able to hear your alarm either. Well, you'll get really good at getting up on time, I think. Zuda says aura scales are headphones confirmed. Well, there's a reason why we have Jamkai, the emote, or Jamkai. That's a small dragon Kai's headphones, you see. There it is. Sleep while T-posing and eating simultaneously. That sounds really difficult. Is that even comfortable? Who knows? Obama says, I sleep while contorted into an orb. Now there's a strategy. Speaking of orb. How much damage are we dealing with here? 7 to 18 with no cooldowns. You hate this boss, Emir. Now, if you think that's bad, now imagine doing it with no friends. That's how you always do it. Well, how about if you had to do it with no friends and also synced? Slow. Oh, buddy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Apparently it's not lethal, so it might just be smarter for me to just use raw intuition to like cleave heal and just let the one who survives explode. Assuming I can move 3 of them in time. I think that's the best I can do. Because I can't kill it in time, clearly. I tried. Use a tincture. That's a bad idea. I'm using healing potions. I need all of my healing potions, else I'll die from not receiving heals. Aside from that, good idea. But I need the healing. You should do this as a black mage. What? Just kill everything faster. Oh man, I wish this was not something you'd spam. Are you able to not get the debuff if you shield and cooldown it enough? Oh, the thing there is I only have Shake It Off to shield with, and I need most of my cooldowns like throughout the fight. So I think it might not actually be worth it, since the effect of the mob exploding is a slow. And the dots, that doesn't seem to hurt too much. Other than that, good idea, Zekrom. Good idea. I think it's not worth the investment. Like, it's too expensive. How about slow orbs? No! Ah. Oh, that counted. Cool. Cool beans. I was really worried there for a second. This is a long fight. Imagine if there was an item that removed slow. Wouldn't that be grand? I don't think there is, no. We're halfway there! Oh, that's really far. Yeah. Just keep running as the wind hits me. It's a long fight. It's a long fight. Bap. Oh, that it's so mean. The slow is exactly the length it has to be to remove one of my raw intuition heals. Like, it's precisely the length it has to be to mess that up for me. I don't think I'll make 3 this time. I should not have started with sprint. Welcome back, Travis. We're fighting the closest we get to the orb boss of the dungeon. It's been a while. It's a long fight. Now there's less than a third left now. Just cross-class Isuna. Oh. Do you think this dungeon is possible? It seems to be, Sin. I'm pretty sure the final boss is very possible. So this one is actually the deciding factor. Can I beat this boss? Then I'm pretty sure it's all possible. It is pretty funny that you can keep running after the wind push. So, like, just take the last little leap over to the safe spot. Why did I do that? That was really dumb. Exactly, it does seem to go pretty fine right now. So I think it's doable. I don't think this boss suddenly pulls out a neat trick at 10% or something. So I think we're good. I think we're good. But wow! An attack speed slow is one of the most annoying things that a boss can have as a punishment. Like, they should just do that. Like, damage down? Don't do that. Just give bosses random slow effects. And look at that. Like, if someone decides to ignore a mechanic on a savage boss, it'll just be like, well, the reason why I ignored it is because that 10% damage isn't a big deal anyway. Yeah, how about if I mess up your rotation completely by adjusting everything by half a second for 15 seconds as your punishment? Hey, Amos. Hope you're doing well. Tank boss pulls out Tank Buster Savage. Ugh. Big heal. There you go. Dead to random auto attack. You brought that on yourself. I would have used maim at least. But I was slowed. Your loss. You go out with a whimper. Mechanic that gives you heavy for failing just before movement heavy mechanic. Ugh. Is Asuna a lost action? Not in Boja at least, but you can grab a potion that does the same as Isuna. That is of course only going to help you once, but it's better than nothing. So yeah, if this was Boja, I'd just done that. Just brought... In fact, there would, if we could bring lost actions, there would be a lot of content. Sekrom says, I'm pretty sure there's a lost Asuna. Not in Boja. Not in Boja. Maybe in Eureka, but not in Boja. As I said, there's a potion that removes a debuff, which you can use, even as a healer, but there isn't actually the specifically lost Isuna. Eureka has it. There you go. The reason why I specified Boja is because I do know Yumiya has been progressing specifically Boja recently. And also because I wouldn't have the faintest idea if you asked about Eureka. Yeah, I guess in that case, if Eureka has it, then it is a lost action. Oh yeah, we are 39 minutes into the dungeon, moving on to the trash leading up to the final boss. I think we'll actually beat the time on Academia Anyder. Why are moving shadows such low FPS? That's a good question. I'm guessing it has something to do with how much effort it takes to calculate where the shadow would drop. Why did some of the Porxies die randomly this early? What? We're getting there! 2 pulls left. And then boss. Could be crit lock. Could also be that some of the Porxies just randomly wasn't in the AoE or something. So the reason why I pulled it like that is because 2 of the mobs in this pack are ranged. So if you don't, like, weirdly shove past them, they'll just stand separated for the entire pull. That makes sense, Zekrom. That's probably the reason, yeah. The dungeon itself is the orb, actually. The orb was outside us all along. Yo, the greed, the mega greed, the rewarded mega greed. Mothbird, why are you so tanky? Crap. I thought Bert was a mobbit and not a moth. Oh, a bit of both. It's way easier to survive just these three compared to when Mothbird was alive. I'm just saying, it was complete coincidence that I decided to focus down him first. It just so happens he was the strongest of them. That's just double win. So this upcoming pack, we actually kinda have to single target a specific mob in it. And there's a good reason for that. Because Hammonth here will cast Cure on the king if the king himself gets in too dire straits. Just eat the skirt. There's a lot of things that Archibuster suggests eating in a day. A little bit of everything. Fabric. This being just a single pack is surprisingly strong. I'll focus this guy down next, because he will absolutely die sooner if I do that. Phew. Fabric isn't edible, says 11 while chewing on his hoodie string. Well, Just because you realize that what you're doing doesn't make sense, doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to change. Now it's just you and me. Tolteville. Tolteville. How much does that hurt? Not that much, okay. Ardell says, I think Lord Tolteville is, and all his named subjects, are the first equivalent to Thorin and the Heavens Ward. That makes sense, I think. They don't get to have Dragon's Blood stuff, though. On account of, what was it we talked about just recently? That technically the dragons wouldn't be in the first because of when they arrived on the source, right? Blap. You know, you're very tanky for a random mob. Also, that's a big horse you got. I just noticed that horse looks kinda big. Yeah, I think you're feeding that horse plenty, let's just say that. Are there dragons in the first? Oh yeah, we fought a statue that looked exactly like a type of dragon, right? I guess it makes sense. There's a possibility if there's mainly dragons in Ilmeg that it's because they are fantasy brought to life, like how it is in real life, right? That dragons are something that we probably made up. But in Ilmeg, there is no such thing as a fantasy too wild to not become reality. Imagine you kill him and you're in the dungeon. Surprise! Look! It's Lucas! And we have 40 minutes! It's Luigi! Just gets like a green hat with an L on it. So that cross burns furniture. So if you're not careful, you can end up in a situation where you don't have enough furniture. So the story, when I said earlier that I actually have soloed this boss from like 50% as a Dark Knight by accident, was that I was doing this dungeon with a friend who was healing for me. Like, I was Dark Knight, they were, I think, White Mage. And we had two randoms as DPS. And because of accidents and problems, we were down to there only being 2 furniture spots left. There's only 2 pieces of furniture left to work with. I ran to one, like just dipsed one of them, grabbed it immediately so that I was certain I would get one. And then one of the DPS ran ahead, like a single step ahead of our healer. So our healer didn't get it. Which meant that the healer and one of the DPS died. Now, the DPS that survived as a result of that greed didn't have self-healing or a rest. So they just slowly died because I wasn't a paladin or a warrior. I couldn't help them. I just had to, like, watch them die. And then, when I was the last man standing, I thought, well, I'm pretty sure I can solo this, and technically it's that DPS player's fault that I'm alone, so... Then I found out that you can solo it quite easily. Now that would make this extra hilarious if I then wiped because I underestimate this fight. Because I'm big strong warrior this time around. But that is the reason why I thought I did say at the start of the stream that Grand Cosmos was a dungeon that I wasn't 100% confident would be fine, but that was specifically because of the second boss and the orbs. DPS killing. You see, the funniest thing about that, Zooders, is that the DPS killed the healer by being so selfish that they went, I need furniture to survive, not realizing that the only person that actually needs to survive that mechanic is the healer. And they robbed the healer of that. Watch this boss take 40 minutes. Oh boy. Matthew mentions E8S as a dragon. Well, we have two things there. The first one is that E8S is of course non-canon. So whatever happens there isn't necessarily part of the real story. The second thing is that Velge is being related to Shiva is something we know, and that would of course influence Shiva in such a fight. Although you could argue, well, how would the minstrel in the first know that? But then again, non-canon and all that. And yeah, that's also true as Ham says. It is totally possible that there is a completely different kind of dragon on the first that has nothing to do with the ones in the source. But that's also why I suggested maybe the dragons in the first, the few that we do see, if they're all in Ilmeg, a place where pixies basically can just like summon stuff basically out of a dreamscape, it makes perfect sense that if any person ever imagined a dragon, that a dragon could feasibly exist. And that could explain it, like as a possible reason. There's also the possibility that there's just dragons anyway, and we're thinking too hard on it. There's also possible the Asians brought dragons to the first of their own ends. That is also a possibility, actually. That is also true. The Eden Savages are not minstrels. They are fanfics written by Eden. Well, I guess still fanfics based on the data they got from our memories in a way, right? I guess. Eleven says I heard somewhere that dragons could have been real. Like the precursor of Komodo dragons, but with wings or something like that. Interesting. I mean that would be pretty cool if true. Aradil says, ironically, the mounts for Shadowbringers Extremes are all Drakes. That is also an interesting point. But they are significantly different looking from most of the dragons we see on the source. Oh, we're halfway there. It is a bit weird that this boss just... It has this whole mortal flames mechanic and furniture and everything, but it like if you survive it twice, it just goes, whatever, and just stops doing it for the rest of the fight. Steve says, if you've heard dragons are real, it's probably from a young Earth creationist site. That could be. It's difficult with this kind of stuff because, I mean, sometimes people find fossils, they look like they match, but then they find out years later that those two fossils have nothing in common. The voices in my wall told me that they're real. Thomas says, I did that run a bazillion times before I learned that the drapes counted as furniture. Oh. Yeah, I usually, whenever I did this, I would usually go for the drapes first, because they are the biggest objects in the room. They're the most likely to get deleted by accident, because people aren't careful. So if they're still up, I would just go for those, because they're probably going to be gone first. I could maximize the chance that we have more furniture if you waste or spend the big ones early. But yeah, if you thought that the drapes didn't count, I can see how it would make the amount of furniture you have to work with seem a lot more scarce. Trevor says, I mean, Animal Planet did a mockumentary on dragons years ago that some people thought was real. And see, this is exactly the reason why whenever I've thought about something funny, like some silly stuff to make as like an April Fool's joke or something, like a video claiming something completely absurd, then I choose not to do it, because I'd rather not that people just run with it and think it's real. Although it would be a little less problematic if it's just some game mechanic thing. And I can just say, no, it's just a joke. A video claiming single target dozen is a gain. Oh man. Oh boy. Did it with mermaids as well, and people got mad when Animal Planet was like, it's fake. We didn't think you'd take it seriously. That is actually pretty funny. AoE is a myth. Just a video where I'm like, yeah, you know, the potencies on AoE actions are actually split evenly between all of the mobs you're hitting. It's totally not worth using. I don't know why people think that big AoE pulls are worth it. They take like 40 years. While I like show footage of me doing an AoE pull in super slow motion just to emphasize it. And then when I single target the mobs instead, I show like footage where it's like quadruple speed to like really, really sell it. Look how fast it goes when you single target the mobs. That could be funny. Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters April Fool's Edition. Just make 5 completely insane claims that are wrong, and then demonstrate them as right. A video showing Dark Knight with spell speed is optimal. Oh my. Don't even use Caetsu, just stack spell speed and do your AoE combo. For single target, just use Unmend. You don't need anything else, just spam Unmend. You might be thinking, but what about my blood gauge? Don't need it. You get plenty of blood gauge for your living shadow every 2 minutes from blood weapon. In fact, you get so much of it, you don't like, you have 50 to spare every 2 minutes. Because you're not going to use blood spill, it doesn't scale with spell speed. Blood gauge is for PvP actually, even better, because blood gauge doesn't even exist in PvP. Almost there. Fell cleave. Fell cleave. And Storm's Path, I guess. You know, Lucas, you're in very big danger of dying to Tomahawk randomly. And Fell Cleave! A critical Fell Cleave, no less. And that took 63 minutes. Like 2 minutes more than a Orb Pretzel Coat. Blood Gauge is actually a resource for your code tank warrior to use blood wetting. Just every time the warrior uses blood wetting, you just see the Dark Knight's gauge just goes, oh, just disappears. Just April Fool's Final Fantasy XIV. Nothing makes sense. Right, so I think we'll finish with Anamnesis Anyder, but before we do that, I will be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Refreshing the glam. Ham says you could do an April Fool's guide for a reworked job. Just upload an old Paladin guide with new voiceover and pretend it's up to date. Wow. That would be really mean for those Paladins that really wish it were true. Waver says, it would be funny, but I've seen too many level 90 ninjas use Caetsu Katon or single target dot. I mean, on AoE, you should be using Caetsu Katon, or rather, Caetsu Goka Mekyaku. You can't actually use Caetsu Katon at level 90. So you would want to do that. But not on single target. I'm guessing you mean on single target, in which case... Ooh... Hemia says, I wonder how the blood gauge works lore-wise. Is it my blood or the enemy's blood? Given that you generate the blood gauge as a result of attacking, I would guess that it is the enemy's blood? I would guess? So in this one... In this one, I'm pretty sure that the final boss or the first boss will be the deciding factor. The first or the final will be the big problem here. You boy. Really? Ah, you killed one mob. Time to send wave 2. Bruh. I mean, the mobs are pretty strong. It's not that. I think this would be a huge problem with the amount of space I have if I could only pull, like, one pack at a time. Like, if I could pull multiple packs, we would be lacking space. But this is still rough. I do say "Uboy" like a small bonyu. Why not? Because it's funny. I am big funny. Absolutely. totally, right? I don't know. Like, I also get that, Traverse. My best suggestion is just go all out. Because if you don't, then the cooldowns will just sit there. And as we have observed here, the mobs are waiting. Like, they're waiting in the wing, waiting for you to clear the pack before the next one comes in. So the faster you clear it, the faster the next pack will come. So, overall, pretty sure it's a net gain. Bismarck just swims in circles, waiting for you to finish the mobs. Yeah. It's just... Maybe he's actually stopped. Like, he's not even going. He's just like, well... And it's just like an effect of like a barrier, the barrier that makes it so that we're not getting drowned. Why is your mouth so glowy? Ah. I ate lava before I got here. Ah. Wow! Thank you so much for the pink super chat, Emir. Take my money, pig. Take my money, funny pig man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Emir. Thank you. Wow. How many packs are there after these? I think there's like one really big circular thing, like a giant jellyfish after these. But is there more? Dragonite. No. Gerheen, this is Dagonite. And you're mixing up here. This is Dagonite. They're missing the R. Just one day the mobs spawn and they spawn as Dragonite instead, and just dragons. Wow, there are dragons on the first! There are Dragonites on the first. Wow, you have 0.1% HP? Can Thank you, finally. I was trying to sneak in an auto attack to get rid of it. Dragon Knight. If he says, think Bismarck is annoyed? You're hitting him so much for AoEs? Nah, I'm sure he's like, finally, some massage. Awesome. Yeah. Decimate. Please. One more single pack. And it used the attack rock hard. Oh, it actually hits really hard. It just smacks me for 5,000. Just. I just want to remind you that the janitor in the previous dungeon had tank busters for 15,000. This mob just goes 5,000 as its filler. Well, almost 5,000. And that is actually kind of scary in a way when they make packs where you have to do them in the size that they're offered in. Because if you can't beat that, you can't reduce it. Like when I'm pulling massively big packs, if I can't do it, I can just pull less, right? Like if it's not possible. But if there's just this one mob, then it's this or nothing. Bigger flex is that it does it with a smaller arm. That's true. It's just like it has all those massive floppy arms, and it just goes with its tiny arm. Just slaps. Oops. So, the reason why I think it's going to be the first or the last boss that is going to cause us trouble is because the second boss, the only thing it has that is even remotely threatening is a stack marker. I think it has a stack marker. I'm pretty sure it has a stack marker. But the rest of the fight is trivial. Like, it's just a matter of not messing up. As far as I know, anyway. It has a lot of raid-wide stuff, which is generally a bad thing when you're soloing, like, for them, because they're wasting time on AoEing when they could be single-targeting. The first boss brings a second one of it, and if you kill one of them, the other one gets really mad and does more damage, and I don't know how much, but I'm pretty sure we kind of have to kill the first one off. Like, just focus it down, so that we don't get outrun on survivability. The third boss has the grates, and I'm only one person, so I will only be able to stop one of the ads. And every time ads spawn, I have to kill them because the boss becomes invulnerable until I do. And I don't know how often she does, and if she spawns ads too often, I will not be able to hurt her at all. Like, she will just be completely impervious to damage as a result. And then we lose. So on that note, it would actually be nice if we just can't beat this one, so that we can get it over with. Perfect. Here's the tip for this boss. Don't find a safe spot until the arrow slows down. When it slows down, it will pass the first one and then hit the second one. So like, don't like, if you're a job that needs to like plan their movement like a black mage, just wait until the arrow like slows down and then figure out where the safe spot is, or where the safe spot isn't. I should say even. That is really early. At least it's only 10,000. And its auto attacks are kind of mild. It's swinging for one. The big jellyfish slaps earlier was 4 times, or at least 3 times, what this boss is doing. Those are some big slaps. I'm not entirely convinced on whether I should single target one out, or if it's better to just cleave them. Exactly, Zekrom. That is the reason why I'm not sure if it's worth it. Because, like, if the damage buff is like 20% or something, then this is going to be like then there's no reason to keep them both around. But if it's like 100%, it would actually be better to like cleave them evenly so that I keep both around, because one of them getting double damage on its tank buster, it's not fun. There's also the argument that what's going on right now works perfectly fine, and with two of them around, I can heal better with Raw Intuition. So I think I'll focus this one down to half health, and then I'll switch. Like so. And then I believe it's the second one here that goes off to the side when there is the spinny mechanic. So I should like so it's fine. That's just a reason to make sure that both of them has like a reasonable amount of HP left, so that I always have something to attack. Well, this is when my inner release was up, so you're getting it. Blarg. It also really helps that this luminous beam just is completely wasted. A potion then. I'm pretty sure there's another tank buster. Six eyes on his neck? Oh yeah! Yikes! Never noticed that one before. Danzo Dinosaur! A little Naruto reference there. Oh, they're caught up again. Is the second one like squishier than the first? Emiya says, I never watched Naruto. Danzo? Danzo in Naruto is like this old guy who always walks around with an arm in like a sling, and he has bandages everywhere. It turns out, spoiler for Naruto, close your ears for like a minute if you really don't want to know, although this particular piece of the story is years, like over a decade old, I'm pretty sure. Turns out that his arm in the sling is filled with like eyes, the whole arm. And this is because it gives him access to a special ability through the Sharingan. You know, the fancy eye techniques. And the reason why he has so many is because that particular technique is one use per eye. So he's basically just collecting them. Exactly, eyes yoinked out of others. It's not he has a lot of eyes, it's he yoinked a lot of eyes. Is he evil? In the story, yes, but technically he is well-meaning. Like technically he is like he's He's a good guy in the same way that Emmett Silk is the good guy, kind of, is the best way I could explain it. Although he is a much worse guy, actually. Yeah, exactly. He's evil with good intentions. He's using he's collecting those eyes specifically so that he's ready to fight an enemy or a person he believes is an enemy great enough that he needs any advantage he can feasibly collect. By any means necessary, and he thinks that's like the end justifies the means. So that's why he's technically a bad guy, but according to like himself, it makes sense. Who is the enemy? I believe that the particular person that he's preparing to fight is Obito, the guy with the weird orange mask. Also, hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. We got on the subject of Danzo because this monster has 6 eyes on its neck. Obito would have bodied him anyway, probably. But hey, I don't know if he was ready when he was finally forced to act. Doesn't Sasuke end up killing him? Yes. And yeah, also true. At the point in the story where Danzo is preparing to fight Obito, he thinks that Obito is Madara, which is a lot stronger. Or at least is known to be incredibly strong. Right. So, bap. There you go. We did the thing. That was actually really easy. Yum. It's so random that you walk into this area and then you just see the Clionate here just nom one of the small guys. Yes, why was that necessary? They just added an extra add to the pack just so that this one could just go rom. Oh, and the big one, of course, hits like a freight train. Wonderful. What is he meant to do? Do you see any other food? Could have eaten the treasure chest. I'm sure that that's edible. Oh man, this is this is dangerous. It has a tank buster for 9,000 damage, and it's an ad. It's a random ad. Why? Why? Bap. There's probably algae somewhere around here. You could eat that. You could try. Man, oh man, you're strong. I really hoped I had waited out the diminishing returns there. The addiest ad to ever add. Yeah, that sounds about right. Wow. Actually, I'm also pretty sure that the upcoming AoE poll is not possible. Pretty sure. The one right after these. The reason for that is there's too many ranged mobs in it. Way too many ranged mobs, but I'll see if I can do it. Oh, of course, just enter combat with me immediately so I don't get my full sprint duration. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The idea of mobs clogging in for dungeon shift is that, yeah. Hey, Bob. Hey, Tim. How's it been in the dungeon today? We got clobbered 16,000 times by the Warrior of Light. Ah. So, like, every day? Yep. Nope. It really doesn't help that whenever I run up to them to hit them a bit, all of the ranged mobs, the mobs that I'm actually interested in getting rid of, just make like a conga line in the back, so I can't reach them. I work at Hullbreaker hard, so it's pretty calm. We don't get a lot of clients. We don't see a lot of people. Just a few weeks ago, we had someone come by, and they were actually surprised that we exist. On the bright side, we have a lot of running space here. Oh my god, Diviners! Could you not be 40 miles away from the rest of the pack whenever I go in? So today, mid-shift, the tank and healer started arguing about who was supposed to heal. Ended up dying. We finally had a win for once. Isn't that something? Weird. It feels a little weird because it wasn't really us who got the win. It was more like them failing. It's in the job description, boss. Why do I have to use this particular sequence of actions, and why do I have to announce it like that? It says so here on page 3, boss. Page 3, section 2. Thou musteth announceth attacks. Can I at least not have the telegraphs? Oh, only on Savage. Those on Wednesdays and Tuesdays specifically. Oh man. Do I really have to go to work on normal days? Yes, you have to. It's part of the job. I just really prefer Savage Day. It's just way more fun when I don't have to announce my moves nearly as much. It's also just way more fun to do that phase 2 thing. So much better. Bruh, 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 bruh. Yeah. Whew. Whew. We're getting close to something dying. Dude, I had such a cozy job, but then the bosses came with all these old content reworks and ended up firing half of us. I was actually hired in 1,000 Malls of Totrak. I wasn't like one of those side paths, you know? No one visits, so I just hang out. I just have to meet for work and never get bothered. I just have to be there just in case, because, you know, every now and then a sprout comes along. I heard there was a guy in Aurum Vale who didn't announce attacks during work, but they sent the inspectors and he had to change. So, you know, boss. Says in the contract. Alright then. You probably got fined too. Huh. So much for I don't think this pull is possible, huh? Instead of buffs, we're throwing you guys another pizza party. Ah! We just want to win. Is that so much to ask? He got fined. He did get fined, but he got back at them by counting out each individual coin as he paid the fine. That is why they call him the coin counter. Boom. At Square Enix, there's a mob of the month picture in the wall, and it's all jerk anglerfishes. That explains why they get all those tools. Just can I have a cool action? Nope. Jerk anglerfish is getting it this time again. Oh, him again? Oh, man. Coin counter used to be called Dave the Eye Guy. And then one day, he upgraded to coin counter. I'm pretty sure this boss has like a stack marker at some point. There it is. How much? With vengeance. Oh my god. 19,000 after reducing it by 30%. Okay, Kiklops. You've got some power here. You better not do that every time. $19,000 after reducing it by 30%. So it would have done like 25? It's 24.7, Frazzle. That sounds about right. coin counter is Steve from accounting. At some point, he just became a random shaman. Not sure how that happened. Bruh. Does 25 gate damage in a single hit, refuses to elaborate. Yeah. And then he does it twice. Awesome. Lovely, lovely stuff. Ow. Speaking of coin counter, these days Cyclops here is just cooler coin counter. See, he even gets a... He only shows the telegraph for a little bit. The much weaker tag he does is called Final Burst. Yeah. It's not that much weaker, it's only a third of the damage, but it's still something. I'm pretty sure this means spread markers. Yup. Cyclops. Indeed. Indeed, indeed. He is really strong though. It's a little scary, because I want to hold on to some of my burst healing for when the stack marker comes up. But I kind of need to use my healing when I get it, otherwise I'll fall behind. Guy claps. Yeah, I agree about that, Frazzle. It's a little weird of all, like, was that necessary? That they added telegraphs to coin counter? I do think it is interesting though, because I learned when they added the telegraph that, oh, that the cone eye laser he does is a donut. Like, it's a donut shape. And specifically not a cone AoE. So if you just stay close, it's fine. I would never, ever had guessed... Guessed that. Without them just showing me. Oh, whew. Yes, please. Just give me the spread markers each time, Cyclops here. Please. Please do that. The reason why, like the logical reasoning why the mechanic is built like that, where he does spread markers in one order and stack marker in the other, is of course because when the center is the safe spot, is a safe spot, shown immediately, then people are more likely to like clump together, which makes the spread markers more dangerous. Whereas if the center is not safe, there's a bigger chance that people will spread out, which makes the stack marker more dangerous. It's quite interesting as like a boss design, they do it like that. Are the fish people from Stormblood Crafters or Gatherers? The fish people in the Ruby Sea are combat. The fish people in Azim's Steppe are both crafter and gatherer. You just choose. And you just choose whichever one you want when you grab the quest. Yeah, Gazel, I probably experienced like locking out on the Konewi from Coin Counter by like being close and then not moving in time or something multiple times. And I'm pretty sure every single time I would have done that I would have just assumed that, oh, I probably just made it after all. Those are the turtles. Fair point. I don't know why I pictured them like these guys. It's probably because I've been fighting them. And this is my cue to run. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. The pain. Oh, wow. Wow, that's a lot of damage. They almost killed me through the insane self-healing. Like, they almost just barreled through that. Yikes. This might be the limit. Yeah. Why are there so many ranged mobs all over the place? What are you doing? When the mobs are so strong that you have to heal up to get enough time that you can go in and heal up. Nope. I don't think we killed anything. I think I think this isn't doable. I don't think I can do that one. I think we'll have to split that one up. The big problem is that there's so many ranged mobs, then you combine that with a so large amount of mobs, just general amount of mobs, that when you get in, they just smack you. We can try again. It's going to be different because now the mobs are already here. Weird. You can pull those separately? It occurred to me halfway through running through the mobs that I actually rather wanted to carry them up the stairs. But I don't think it's actually a good idea to do that in retrospect. I was hoping that it would, like, line of sight some of the mobs or something. They would lose more attack, but it doesn't seem to help very much. Ah, no, 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 we have to do this in multiple parts. And I think we're going to need an insane amount of time for the final boss, so we have to, like, start getting it right. Seems to break their dash attack. That's true. The problem is that it seems like some of the other mobs just use the opportunity where I'm, like, making a horseshoe move instead of, like, actually running away to sneak in extra hits. So I feel like as I was running up, that it felt like I was taking more damage rather than less, which is ultimately the problem. Which is why I deemed that it wasn't worth. Let's see if we can do this much. I'm intentionally not pulling the Diviners because they're ranged. Like, if I pull those, then I'll take damage if I have to start running. Oh, they have glare mechanics in this? What? These packs have random glare mechanics. The more you learn by doing these crazy pulls alone so you can see everything. Just warrior harder. I wish I could warrior harder than this. I really do. I'm taking like a third or so of the entire pull, and I still have, like, I am still on the verge of having to run away. It's actually pretty funny, because the problem here is just is mostly the quantity of mobs. The big AoE pull we had earlier was actually somewhat comparable to Bottom's Metal in its its shape, but the big AoE pull at the start of Bottom's Metal I couldn't solo because there was too much ranged and there was just like 5 mobs. Like power differences when you're max level of a specific expansion. Why are you running away? They just want to be your friend and show their love for pink. by eating me. It's been a while since we did Bottom's Metal. That was of course also on one of these streams. And we had to split that pull up. But other than that, I believe most of the dungeon went pretty easily. I think it was around Siren Song C that I started to do big AoE pulls on everything while soloing. Blah, blah, blah. No, the big bird pull is not actually that bad. The key problem, and this is always the case on these AoE pulls as solo, is that if the pack has a substantial amount of AoE ranged damage specifically, so that they can hit you while you run away, then they can wear you down as you run away, which means that you will not have cooldowns. Eventually you'll run out of defensive cooldowns to like tide you over between bursts of raw intuition. The reason why this mega pull doesn't work is because not only is there like 6 ranged mobs in the Diviners, many of these summoned creatures here also just has like tank busters and random like telegraphed attacks that just snap to you, so there's nothing you can do, you will get hit. So like basically like the Ozia here, those are basically ranged mobs because they use that barreling attack, whatever it's called. That is quite funny because it leads to things like the Giga pull in Shisui of the Violet Tides is easy to solo, it's just time consuming. Meanwhile, Bottom's Metal, you can't do it because there's 3 more ranged mobs in the pack. That's too much at that level. And then also it doesn't help that there's like 40 miles from the first pack to the last one, so like those mobs just like the ranged mobs just get to really whittle you down. Speaking of whittling down, absolutely, Girhin. Like, the entire point is that those extra mobs are supposed to be a punishment. The problem is that because of the way players pull packs these days, it's more like, well, I guess there's not, like, I guess it's inevitable that we'll get these mobs, because who would not do a mega pull here? Steven says, so how much easier would this be at level 90? This would be a lot easier. I don't know if it would be trivial. Mainly because the final boss, I think, might be able to get its mechanic where you would want 4 players off before it dies, but it would be way easier. Partly because you would be doing way more damage, you would have way more HP, you would be taking less damage because you have more defense. That's just a lot. It's difficult to quantify exactly how much easier it would be at max level compared to synced. But I'm pretty sure this Gigapole would be easy at level 9 with a level 90 instead of level 80. Giriheen says, I think I wouldn't if I were the tank here. See, the thing is, if your group is good, then your healer will have plenty of cooldowns to work with to tide you over, as long as the DPS are strong enough. Some people say that this big AoE pull is impossible without a ranged limit break or a mage limit break. But I've done it plenty of times where there was no limit break whatsoever. So it's mostly about how much damage you're doing. Because of the sheer power of the pack, the tank and the healer is likely to be burning through defensive cooldowns throughout the pull. Boss time! So the thing is, basically all of the mechanics this boss has don't matter. This doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is, can we beat the great mechanic? If we can't, then this is impossible. And the way that the great mechanic works is that the boss will highlight 4 greats, later 8, but she will kill off 4 of them for you. But each grate that you don't stand on will summon an ad. And each of those ads will cover the boss, meaning that we're doing 0 damage to the boss. Here it is. I should have just ran to that one over there in retrospect. And I'm pretty sure they get a damage boost or something. But we have to kill them before the fight can continue at all. And they're of course pretty strong because they're supposed to be a punishment for messing up the mechanic in the first place. Uh-oh. Oh. What? A raid wide, but it didn't do very much. Okay. Interesting, I guess. I just want to highlight that the boss was supposed to do like 3 other things. But because there's ads here still, she's just standing here trouncing me with tank busters that hurt like wow. Another one. Are you doing... Okay, you're doing this. Okay. Oh man, she's a lot of those. We have a little bit of time right now because she's setting up the mechanic. But, that's a weird looking goldfish. Can you? Thank you. A stack marker. Okay. I thought the tank busters were already plenty. Okay, this is good. This is her failing. She's making a mistake right now. Can I slow you guys? I cannot? Awesome. How much damage is that sea foam then? It's not a lot. It's just... Oh, but it's raid wide, so it's kind of painful. Can you do that thing with the lines again, boss? No, not that one. Not that kind of line. Not the line of your scepter right into my face. The other kind of line. Uh, 80%. Oh, man. This far away? Really? Right in the middle of my raw intuition? I'm reasonably confident that this boss is using basically the same... It's just a skin on the same character that we were fighting in Hell's Lit Silvermint. It sounds pretty likely. Yeah, I don't think I made that. Seabed ceremony again. I think there's hope here. Because it seems like she stopped doing the great thing. And if that's like a thing she does only twice, then we can do this. Then we can still make it. We can recover from this. Despite how far down we got pushed, if she stops summoning those ads, we might be able to do it. Famous last words. Ow. It does seem like she's just looping the hand mechanics. The easy kinds of seabed ceremony. Suddenly more grades. Yeah, exactly. That was exactly like that. I was basically just lining up the... I was teeing up the ball so that the boss could just smash it and just go, ha! You thought I was done? Idiot. Like, I was ready to be proven wrong right then and there. But if this is it, then the only thing we need to worry about is the clock. 10 points on he's gonna hit lockout. Oh no. Oh yes, sorry. There was a few people that got in late that missed Grand Cosmos. Yes, Grand Cosmos was extremely doable. The hardest part by far was the second boss, because every time she summoned ads, the weird seedlings, I had to let one of them bloom. Like, one of them would always get through, and it would always explode, and its explosion did whatever damage. But it would also always poison me and give me a slow debuff, which made me exactly slow enough that I would miss one of my... Like, I would only get 2 hits out of Rowan's Vision and not 3. Also, hey Malice, and Silverbent, and... Lukadamaji. I feel like I missed who else asked about the Grand Cosmos thing. Or was that Lukadamaji who asked again? I think it was asked again. Yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Oops, I saw that wrong. I think we can recover from that. That's okay, Lukadamaji. I ended up not responding the first time, so it makes sense that you would ask again. No worries. I feel like we're getting around 15% every 2 minutes or so. As long as we don't wipe it, we're good. There's a chance that she'll suddenly bring out more stuff as she drops to a lower HP threshold or something. And yeah, true. We're halfway there. We're actually close to... Okay, then hop away then, I guess. It's just... She suddenly just becomes a sprinter like no other. I thought you were overweight. What's happening? It's all muscle. It's all orb. Oh yeah, she is kind of orby, isn't she? Wait, it's all orb? Always has been. It is actually possible to just, like, if you just step at the exact right time, you can actually just step between 2 of those, like, hands coming down and get no bone stacks or hit or anything. The reason why I'm not doing that is because I'm, like, sometimes I mess it up and it's not worth the risk. In fact, me running away from her gives me, like, a few seconds of her auto attacks falling behind, which is kind of nice. There's of course a small DPS loss, but I think overall it's worth it. You know, something that I think this would be bad for soloing specifically, I just preface by saying, but something that I think wouldn't be unreasonable to add to dungeon bosses as like a sort of soft enrage would be if they made it so that as the boss, like when the boss has looped through its mechanics a certain number of times, it starts to like get like a, doesn't have to be a big one, but like a gradual damage increase, so it does more and more and more damage. A bit like how Extreme Shiva does in AR. Like, it wouldn't be overwhelming, like the boss just like, oh, it does like 5% more damage, and then it goes through another loop of the mechanics, and then 5% more damage, and then it goes through another loop. As I said, it wouldn't be good for soloing. By that point, this boss would probably already be doing like double damage by now. But I think it would be like a way to make it so that you don't have infinite time to fight a boss. It's just a thought that I had, because I was just now thinking it felt like her tank busters were hurting more. They're not, it's just me that wasn't paying attention, I guess. It's like, are they hurting more? They're not. But what if they were? And yeah, exactly, it's easy to get server ticked by it. And it's just not worth it if, like, you're choosing between maybe a Vuln stack, or maybe, or just not any risk. Like, that's the choice in this particular case. In a 4-man group, it's not nearly as bad if you get a Vuln stack, especially if you're, like, a DPS or something. It's just, well, I'll survive. This is a little sad, actually. I was expecting this boss to be impossible because of the ad summons, and then it turns out she only does it twice. In total. And it's quite funny, because Lucas in Grand Cosmos did the same thing, that he only does the Mortal Flames things twice. And if he did it more, then either he would have to like summon more furniture, or there would actually be like a hard cap where you would be forced to wipe. Blap. 72 minutes. And I think we lost like 6 minutes to wiping on the big trash packs before. So we're only like 4 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes slower than Grand Cosmos. A mechanic's so nice, she does it twice. Steven says, but then does the 90 time limit go away? Well, the thing is, in a proper 4-man group, like in a normal 4-man party, this timer is not important. Like, it's really not. The 90-minute timer, I'm pretty sure, is more so to make it so that you're not just AFKing in a dungeon or wasting time. It gives like a reasonable cap on how long the dungeon is going to take, saying 90 minutes. If you can't do it in 90 minutes, then something's wrong. When you're solo, the reason why the 90-minute cap becomes a problem is simply because you're doing terribly bad damage relative to what you're supposed to. So I don't see any reason to remove that timer if they added like soft enrages built into all the bosses. Yeah, exactly, Frazzle. Like, kind of part of the reason why they do this is because they need the space. We can't have everyone just camping in each their own 90-minute instance all the time, just for the memes. That's also why if you go into Explorer mode and enter a dungeon that way, if you just stand there and do nothing, it will actually kick you after like 10 minutes. Only 10. Yeah, just a mark of shame for groups with subpar DPS. See, the thing is, I imagine usually when the boss starts looping, it's either because the group has insanely bad DPS, like there's something incredibly wrong, or alternatively, people like got really trounced by the boss mechanics, so they wasted a lot of time recovering, which again something went horribly wrong, which is of course the argument as to why there's no need for such a soft enrage, because if you're good, you're not going to meet the soft enrage ever in that universe. Ever. It will never happen. If you're bad, or your group is on average bad, and you start seeing the soft enrage, the thing is, you were already fighting for your life. Like, the fight was already really hard. So you didn't need that on top. So I'm guessing that that's kind of the logic. Although I do feel that it is kind of weird that the last boss, the boss we just fought, only does her signature great mechanic twice. It actually makes me think of the reason why the greats in Sastasha normal, so, you know, this dungeon, the reason why the greats and the final boss there are completely ignorable is for multiple reasons. The first reason being that the adds do no damage, basically. The second reason is that the adds don't make the boss invulnerable. But the third reason is that the greats start rumbling at 3 different HP thresholds. And the reason why this is important is because each rumbling actually overrides the previous. So if the greats start rumbling and you then reach the second threshold, then they will reset their timer and an additional grate will start rumbling because it's 2, 3, 4. So like the first set of grates will just not resolve. And before the second set of grates can resolve, you reach the third HP threshold and the third set of grates starts like override the second and 4 grates are now rumbling. And in most groups, you will kill the boss before the the third set of grates actually resolve, or you will see them resolve and the mobs will like start walking towards you and then the boss dies. So it's pretty funny, because if they didn't override themselves, it would be very possible that you could have like 5 adds in that fight. But it wouldn't matter, again, because they do very little damage. And that's correct, Frazzle. There is a limit of 100 dungeons a day. And it's actually pretty important. Like, I actually looked into this specifically today. I didn't go and test it, because then I wouldn't be doing any duties right now. But apparently, there is a 100 dungeons a day limit. But there is supposedly no limit on anything else. It's like, you can do 100 anything in Final Fantasy XIV, as long as you don't do 100 of these. Like, these or these. As long as you don't do 100 of them, you can do as much as you like. And the weird thing is, if you do 100 dungeons, you're actually locked out of all duties for the rest of the day. Like, all duties. You basically get the lever penalty for the rest of the daily logout. And yeah, there is a limit. It's quite funny. It's extra weird because it's only dungeons. I don't know why. Yang says a group sandbagging the boss so they get to see the hard version of the boss after several loops. You know, I feel like when people make like dungeon guides, there's a reasonable chance that sometimes they would have to like just like go, okay, so let's not attack just to see what else the boss does. Although I have seen guides where they're like, it does this, and then around the time where the average group kills the boss, they're like, and then after that, the boss does this, and this, but you'd probably killed the boss by then, or something like that. It's quite interesting. Why? Frazzle says, I actually did see original Thunder God, so from Ivalice, time out a few times in the first week. So, like, people wiped so many times on the Thunder God, so not even the final boss? Wow. Steven says, your gaming chair, is it a GT Racing? It's a DX Racer. It's a DX Racer. It's quite a few years old. That's why it looks, why the pillow here looks like this. But the chair holds. Yeah, it is quite strange. My best suggestion as to why there's a 100 dungeon limit is that there are specific money grinding methods, so guild farming methods, that employ going into a dungeon, doing something like for 2 minutes, and then leaving, and then entering again, doing it for 2 minutes, leaving and coming back. Like just over and over and over again. Which is a way to kind of like just print raw gil. A particular example of that is, I believe it is the Vault. Where I believe it's the Vault where people bring Blue Mage, go in synced or something, and just clear everything up to right before the first boss. And each individual mob gives money, so it's a reasonably effective grind. You can do it rather fast. And I think someone counted it to be like 300,000 gil per hour. The problem is that because you need to like go into a dungeon, you will lose you will spend your daily allowance rather quickly. Like that is actually, I have mentioned this before, and my general advice is while doing this can give you around 300k per hour. I think you can do this for like 2 hours, and then you're done. Like, right, and then you can't queue anymore. So if you're doing this, just saying, if anyone hears this strategy and go, oh, I would like to do that, just remember to do it when you're like, I don't think I'll do any other content for the rest of this day. And remember that when I say the rest of this day, remember that, let's see, where does it say that? Timers. Remember to keep tracks on when the daily reset is. I don't think the daily reset is shown here, but it is 3 in the afternoon server time that the daily reset is, and I'm pretty sure that resets your dungeon allowance. So like make sure you're doing it close to that, or make sure that the next time you log in after that, the next time you log in is after that, so you don't like lock yourself out of playing the game. Ham says, wouldn't doing that for 2 hours also fry your brain to a point that you can't even play for the rest of the day? Depends on the person. The thing is that doing that grind is really relatively easy. The reason why I'm just saying it instead of showing it is mainly because I don't think I've set it up correctly to do it on my Blue Mage right now. So I don't want to give like the wrong picture of what it looks like. But it is basically just run up to the first pack, kill it, run up to the next pack, kill it, and I'm pretty sure you use Ultra Vibration for the first pack, maybe? Maybe you don't. But you basically just kill the first pack, kill the second big pack, and then you pass by and pull everything except, like, you don't go into the boss room. I don't think you can. And then you just kill everything, possibly with Ram's voice into Ultra Vibration. It's 3 pulls and you're done. You just leave going again. It takes like 2 or 3 minutes. Something like that. And it just gives mostly just raw gil. And the reason why this is both important and dangerous is because any money-making method that just drops gil, like straight up gil, is reliable. Like, if you can make 300,000 gil per hour in the vault with Blue Mage, then it means that you're not like earning 300,000 out of the pool of money that is in the game already. You just generate 300,000 new money to put into the economy. And the reason why that's dangerous is because that's how inflation works. It doesn't go super fast with 300,000. There's a lot more money in circulation than that in game, but you can see how it could become a problem. This is also why there are systems like housing where, oh, you buy a large house, boom, 40 to 50 million gil just deleted from the game. Because every time you buy something from an NPC, a vendor or something, they take that money and just throw it out the window. Now it's gone. Whereas if you buy something from another player, then aside from the market board taxes, you're just passing the same money around. That's an interesting way to view it. But that also, the important thing about a grind like this is specifically that if it just generates raw money, like it just generates skill itself, then you don't even need to understand the market to make money. You just do this, and then you just have money. Whereas if you're farming a specific item to sell, then it is very crucial that you know like the supply and the demand. Like for example, recently we had a mount farming stream here on the channel where we were farming ruby weapon. We got a lot of those ruby plating items that you use for weapons, like the fancy glowy weapons. But if we all just shove all of them on the market all at once, we might be competing with each other to sell them, because there's a reasonable chance that the demand is much smaller than the supply. And if we then just come in with a big addition, like extra supply to it, then it will take a long time for the market to recover if we assume that there are players that are regularly farming these platings to sell, for example. And this is just part of it. So that's like, if you're looking for an item to farm and you see, oh, this is very valuable, I could sell this, remember to check how often do people buy them. There's a buy history on the on every item on the market board, so you can check, are people actually buying this? Or more importantly, you see an item is worth like 2 million gil because there's like 3 of them on the market, and then you check the buy history and you see that, well, no one bought it for the last month. And the last time someone bought one, they bought it for 200,000. So the reason those aren't selling is because no one's willing to pay that. And things like that, right? So check the market, see what it's worth, see if people are buying, then you can farm an item if it's worth it. Meanwhile, you can also just go somewhere and print money. a lot easier. Cat Damon says, I can see myself doing it, the vault, for 2 hours, trying to do it as fast as possible. Yeah, exactly. There can be some sort of like speed running to it, where you're just trying to see how quickly you can do it. Frazzle says, imagine if houses were instanced, it would be a great money sink and a great market for crafters. I suppose so. But then again, a big part of housing for a lot of players is that it is in like a real place in the game. Whereas if it was instanced, then it can be hard to find any houses. Like some players find it fun to just go down a neighborhood and see what houses there are. I see people tank the market all the time. Doesn't help that we also have a crafting bot on my server that competes with itself with a max number of retainers. That's a really stupid bot. That's an incredibly stupid bot. How does that work? It puts up a chest, like a crafted chest piece on the market on one of its retainers, goes to the next retainer and tries to put up another one and goes, hey, wait a minute, it has been undercut. Puts it up there for slightly less, goes back to the first retainer and goes, hey, wait a minute, I've been undercut. Just over 24 hours or something, it just gradually tanks the price. Just leapfrogging over itself until it reaches a point where it's no longer feasible to gain any money from it. Yeah, see, that is also a good strategy, VB. That is also what I did with those ruby platings, is that because I knew who else was selling it. Like, I checked in on my free company, was like, okay, so who's selling this plating? Like, who hasn't sold yet? Because then we don't sit and undercut each other. That would be really dumb. And waste of profit. Mine hasn't sold yet, but the thing is that it has been a few days since there has been someone come by and buy a bunch. And there's been a bunch of supply since. So, like, that says a lot about the supply and demand thing, right? And that is pretty funny, Frazzle. Now, hopefully, some players can make some value from it. Hey, Not the Wheel. Hope you're doing well. Frazzle says a housing ward or two should still exist with a side street or such where others can instance their house. Kind of middle ground approach. See, the problem is that if there are instanced housing and also not instanced housing, the key here is that the not instanced housing will always be cooler than the instanced housing. And the kind of the housing problem in Final Fantasy XIV is that the scarcity itself causes people to buy. That makes sense. Like, here's the thing. There are open small houses on Louisoix in several wards. Like, they are there. The reason why is because, and this is like a self-fulfilling prophecy, specifically because there isn't like a demand greater than the supply, the demand drops for some reason. Like, the thing is, if every single small house was sold, then the observation would be, if you want a house, you have to buy when there is one. But because there are houses available to buy, you don't have that incentive that, oh, well, I can just go and bid on one when I want one. Like, I can get a small if I want one. I can just go and get one. If I have the money. Meanwhile, the large and also the medium houses tend to always be taken, specifically because the supply is less than the demand. And because the supply is less than the demand, for some reason it has this like super enhancing effect where the demand then implodes on itself, because then it becomes a matter of exactly scarcity. You want a house because you can't have a house, right? That specifically, you can't have a house because there aren't any. And the funny thing is that whenever that they've opened new wards, there's been such a massive amount of players that want one that there isn't enough for everyone. And I genuinely don't know how many wards would be needed, because there is a much bigger potential demand than there can ever be supply. And the reason for that is that I believe you can have 8 characters on a server with one account. Which means that if you have the money, one person could own 8 large houses on one server. And that doesn't even count the part where if you can make 8 free companies, you could have an additional 8, because each of the free companies can have a large house. So one person could take up 16 large houses. And then let's see here, there's 1, 2, 3... 3? Is it just 3? Are there only 3? See, 1, 2... Yep, 3. There's 6 large houses in one ward. So one person could take up like more than 2.5 wards of houses, of large houses. Obama says, is people having that many active characters a common occurrence? No. And this is actually what leads me to the actual like problem. If you've ever walked into a large FC house that is basically empty, there's nothing in it, and when you check the free company, there are exactly 4 members. That is a workshop free company. I believe it has a more demeaning name, but let's go with workshop free company. It's a free company that has exactly the amount of members necessary to be allowed to buy a house. You buy a house. It doesn't have to be a large one. It can be a medium or a small one. It doesn't really matter. The point is you need a house. Then you can open a workshop. That workshop can have submarines and airships, and those submarines and airships can basically almost passively accumulate gil, which you can use. Well, it doesn't generate gil directly, I don't believe. I'm pretty sure it's mostly items you can sell, but you can use the money from that to buy more houses. So while there is not a really big incentive to have like 8 houses between your characters themselves, because a character-owned house cannot have a workshop, there would be a monetary incentive to have 8 free companies, each with a submarine and airship and all that set up in the workshop. Multiple submarines, in fact, set up in their free company. And then you can have 8 of those on multiple servers. Like, you can have 8 on Louisoix, 8 on Cerberus, 8 on Alpha, 8 on Sagittarius. Like, you can have 8 on... I think there's a... I can't remember. I think the limit is like 40 or 50 characters per account. Something like that. As long as you put them in the same region, it will be possible somehow to transfer the gil between characters, so you can accumulate, like, so you can collect all the gil on your main if that's what you want. The problem is not easily solved, because ultimately the problem is that each character is a unique character, and each character can of course own its own free company. The ways you could prohibit this stuff would be like, if you can only be the leader of one free company per server, per account, or only one free company, you can only lead one free company per account, period, that would cause problems for some players, because some RPers use multiple free companies for this and that. But that would be a way to make it completely impossible to have 8 submarine free companies on one account. You would need 8 accounts to do that. That would be one way to do it. Another way that seems to be experimented with, it doesn't solve the problem, but it does make it so that individual players have a chance of getting a house, is that with the most recent batch of wards they added, I live in one of the most recent batches, by the way, they made individuals only wards. They also have free company only wards, and they also have mixed wards. But this, I'm pretty sure, is a private individual ward, which explains why there are 3 empty, there are 4 empty plots. Because if this was a free company accessed ward, those would be submarine FCs by now, I'm sure. Or maybe they don't think Louisoix is worth doing that on. Who knows? That would be nice. I wonder how much gil someone could make with the maximum amount of submarines and airships and stuff. I think I've heard that this is probably a lower bound, but I have heard people say that they generate like 1 million gil per week per FC. And it's nearly no work. It's very little. It's not exactly, because you need a huge amount of ceruleum fuel to maintain that. And ceruleum fuel, you can't trade it on the market, but you can trade it. So you have to like find individuals from like other FCs, for example, to buy ceruleum fuel that you can then purchase. And the reason for that is that cerulean fuel is mainly bought with free company currency. And if you're in a free company of 4 players, 3 of which are probably not even used at all, and the leader is only there to log in and manage the submarines and stuff, it's probably not generating any credits at all. So you just, like, you have to outsource the supply there. Thank you for coming, Amos. Enjoy your day. But yeah, exactly as other people mentioned, this is a common occurrence. Like, I know this stuff exists. It's not like something that I'm saying, hypothetically, you could do this. I'm saying people are actually doing this. And that's part of the reason why it can be hard for free companies to find a house. Braver says, so reflecting the housing market IRL. The saddest part is that that's actually not entirely wrong. But yeah, it's having a lot of characters with private housing is not common, but free companies that are just there to have a house is shockingly common. And the interesting thing is, I imagine, if there was instanced housing, which was suggested earlier, if we had instanced housing so that basically you could buy one of these houses in this ward, or you could just buy one in the ether, like just a house where you have to have the exact address to visit it at all. It's just you visit it and you just see the house floating in nothing. You can visit that, and you could have a workshop in that. If we had that, then we would probably have 2 different things happen. The first one would be the submarine FCs have no reason to take up the actual plots, so they might not. I'm not saying that they will not, but they might not. Imagine if the instanced housing is cheaper, then they probably won't buy the actual housing plots. The second thing that will happen is that there might emerge such an insane amount of supply of the workshop items that they actually devalue so much that it might not be worth it anymore. Like, if everyone can have that because there's an infinite amount of houses to make workshops in, there's a possibility that we might run out of demand for all these items. Island sanctuaries are just like player housing. I mean, I have generated something with my island sanctuary. Steve says someone has made $1 billion from subs, if I recall, and that makes perfect sense. Quite shocking. It makes sense. Island Purgatory. See, actually, Island Sanctuary is probably an extremely good demonstration of how housing would work if it was instanced. How many of you have experienced someone visiting your Island Sanctuary? I think I've had 2 friends visit mine. I'm pretty sure 2 have visited mine. I visited a friend's Island Sanctuary twice, and both times I specifically came by because I could see that they were home. Like, I only came by because they were there. Nox Noctua says the subs make guild selling to NPC vendors, so I don't know how much the supply increasing would affect the demand. Fair point. That is a good point. That would probably not change very much. I suppose the actual reality is that if everyone could have their own sub-free company like that, then it would just cause the inflation of the guild to go into hyperdrive, and it would immediately become worthless because everyone can just print money. What's the point in selling anything? Vivi says we play MMOs to show off stuff to strangers, not go visit instances. Exactly. It's not that there's anything wrong with instanced housing, not at all. It's just that part of the charm of the housing being in a specific spot in the game that you can visit is that you can go and find a house. You can just go and look at houses. Also, I made money. Wow. I've had some people just pass through this particular ward and just visit my house. Be like, oh, that's very pink, and just go and visit and check it out. And sometimes they leave a message. It's not often, but it happens. If my house was instanced, the only people that would visit would be the people where I'm like, oh, by the way, I'm streaming right now. If you want to come by, it's here. Like, you wouldn't know to come by otherwise. I specifically remember with, I think it was Wildstar that had instanced housing, but you could just click a button to visit a random house, which could sometimes be entertaining, because due to it being instanced, it allowed you to get quite insanely crazy with glitching and stuff. But if you don't know who to visit, it might be difficult to find anyone to visit, right? You'll just visit randomly. Vivi says, if only you saw your mounts, no one would bother farming them. Owning a house is the same kind of flex as having a rare mount. Yeah, same idea as if you were the only person that could see your gear, there's very little point in farming outfits, right? Why bother? Although there might be something entertaining in making your own outfit and being able to see it yourself. But still, it would feel very dull if everyone else were just black silhouettes for you. I think so, at least. Although personally, I mostly have outfitted my character based on what I like to see. But I do think it would be a lot sadder if I couldn't see what other people decided to wear. Now, that is a little bit of a side quest of economy, almost politics, and also game design, isn't it? And if you did enjoy the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat on this particular stream, maybe you enjoyed my company, remember that there is a Discord community server that you can join where you will find most of the people in the chat, I'm pretty sure. You'll also find me. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel in the upcoming week. You will also find the announcement room where I post links to everything that happens on the channel. And you can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role if you want a notification when I do post these things, so that you don't miss anything. In fact, I also give an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so that you don't miss a second of the stream. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system, because that tells YouTube that it was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to see it, so that helps me a ton. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. Remember, we are on the Discord, so wafers, consider joining if you aren't already there. And also, yeah, 14,000 subs. I believe we reached that this morning. Actually, I think we reached it yesterday night or something. But still. Ta-da! With that said, I think that's everything from me. If you would like to support the channel, remember, you can become a member of the channel, totally optional. All of the videos are free for everyone. You can also do the super chat stuff as is available, like Ymir did earlier, which was really wonderful. And you can also, if you don't like using the YouTube systems, there is a Ko-Fi page in the description if you prefer to use that. All optional, but I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. Final Fantasy 14K special incoming. Ha. Now, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.